brace for impact, world of focus like police understand. Spin around, prance around, let's vibrate. Yeah, roll the body, it ain't no sin. Go on and do it again. When no one else to carry it on. My only chance in this world is long gone. Even though you're just a little young pup, promise me, don't you ever give it up. Look at us tomorrow with no promise of tomorrow. Hanging here unless it's where you move you wanna borrow. So out of line, running out of time. You left outside in the Chinese for something gotta be gotten, gonna be something. Why you looking at us like we ain't rap, huh? Boy, have you even seen us one do a step? Any joker in the world that think that he can impress. Drop a beat, watch your feet, and excuse us, princess.
Hello, Zeldathon fans! Welcome to the countdown for Zeldathon Ascent! As always, I am your Zeldathon announcer, and over the next 4 hours, we have a number of Zelda remixes and highlight videos to relax with as we prepare for the start of the marathon. Sit tight, enjoy the music, and I'll be back soon. Welcome back, Zeldathon fans! As the marathon progresses, alongside our journey throughout the Zelda series, you can be sure to expect plenty of goals and events put on by our team. Here's one from our last major marathon, Zeldathon Forces, where Doggernaut leads our crew through a series of improvised scenes.
Hello, Zeldathon fans, and welcome to Scenes from Link's Hat, where everything's made up and the points don't matter. I'm your host, Doug Gernot, and with us are our performers, the Master of Mario, Valor 6, the big brain of business, Great Scott LP.
Oh, that's a lot of gamer goo.
You overgoo. It has a pea-sized amount in the instructions.
Don't overgoo.
That's disgusting.
Oh,
the Master
so
of
gooey.
Music himself, Danny Music, and the Viceroy of Voice, Shadow Temple. We'll be reading some zany situations for them to riff on, and let's get right to it.
Got quite a kingdom here.
So first up, we have
Do
something.
you want to explain how this works, actually?
I read something zany, and
Okay.
then you'll stand up once you have ideas. We'll go through a few of them, and once we stop laughing, we'll pick a new one.
What if we're not funny?
Then we'll pick a new one. Something odd to find on the prop table.
Let's see, the sword. Shadow's voice is a prop?
One, two, three, four. Oh, that's MC's credit card number.
Oh man, this lotion, it makes my skin really dry. Ugh. It's still going.
I found the cheese hat and... Yoshi, you really need to get this to a tax attorney.
Why do we have 5 copies of every Lady Gaga album?
Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land 2? That's a real game?
It is. All right, let's move on. I think that's it for that one. Zeldathon taken out of context.
Goo it everywhere!
You want me to do my homework? That's a donation goal.
All right. Really? Things you shout at Zeldathon that would sound odd if you said them in a public place.
And I said, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I said, hey.
Dominate with gamer goo!
He said it would sound weird in normal conversation.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Phrases that don't sound right when an announcer says them.
I mean,
The toilet is backed up again.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is your last will and testament.
Gamer Goo wins.
No. I don't want it to win.
Reasons why Zeldathon gets canceled. Hard to pick just one, huh?
How many times in the years?
I just can't stop getting gamer goo all over my hands.
Welcome to Zeldathon, where Ganon will win.
Oh no. Okay, we can't have Jackson falling through a table again. That's too boring. It's too simple. What if the table was on fire?
I'm very glad you've all given me the opportunity to explain my political manifesto.
Hi, I'm glad to be at Zeldathon. It's my first time invited here, and now here is the full name, address, and social security number of everyone on the couch.
All right. Bad segues following tragic news stories.
And that is the unfortunate news. This news brought to you by Gamer Goo.
Jim is out sick today. He was set on fire. That was a real one. Look it up on YouTube.
Now, not to derail this conversation about puppies, but unfortunately a train did derail today, killing 25.
Like Oklahoma, musical songs about a state.
Oh, West Virginia, where the industry is not doing so great.
South Dakota, we've got Rushmore and...
Giving bad news while laughing or giggling.
And that train, it derailed. 25 people died.
You know, now that I've won, it seems mildly inappropriate that I've defeated this child, and it makes me happy.
And now the last Metroid is in captivity.
Sorry you couldn't stick around in order to hear my epic organ solo.
And cut. Oh, shoot.
Awkward time to make animal noises.
Okay, so wait, what can we do on this on the show that is still appropriate?
You're right. All right.
Next one.
Breaking up with somebody over song.
Breaking up is hard to do. I'm sorry.
Sorry to have to tell you this. It's not going to work out. I want it that way, and you're in sync.
And I love your sister.
Oh no.
How to make a really awkward first impression.
And I love your sister.
Hi, my name is Shadow Temple, but you like take out the W and like put in an underscore in there. Like, wait, where are you going? Wait, okay.
Not as great on paper, really.
No, it's not. It doesn't sound good out loud either.
It wasn't on this paper, trust me. All right, things you don't want to hear at the prop table.
That Master Sword is a real sword. It can kill people. I know.
Who put what I think is peanut butter on the...
Unconventional ways to promote Zeldathon.
Yeah, so I've been working really hard on trying to get the word out there. If you can just take a look, just the...
I'm so sorry for your loss. I know. Like, she's beautiful, and she lies there. Have you ever heard of Zeldathon?
Awkward marriage proposals.
Valor? I've already proposed to someone else, I'm sorry.
Will you marry me?
Nah.
Oh.
I'm sorry, your princess is in another castle. Take me instead.
I'm so lucky.
Thematic, certainly. Strange welcome greetings on signposts when you enter U.S. states.
Welcome to Idaho. Are you sure?
Welcome to Alabama. At least we ain't Mississippi.
That's real.
Yes, it is.
Welcome to Ohio. We sure are here.
Welcome to Hawaii. Did you get here by car or...
Or...
You ever seen 600 miles of corn? Welcome to Nebraska.
You ever seen 600 miles of state? Welcome to Alaska.
Donation incentives you should not do. Where's Teep?
Sunflower.
So we take this kiwi, right? And we...
Yeah. I got it set up for that one.
Things you didn't think you'd hear in a Zelda game.
Bob Chews in this economy?
Wow, Luigi.
Someday.
What MC does not want to hear when you wake him up.
So, you're probably not going to like to hear this, but we kind of burned down the stream room. But it's okay, we saved one of the cameras.
Good morning. Zeldathon's at sea now. Just, yeah, good luck.
So we may have set a donation goal. We have no time. You just have to come with me.
Good morning, MC. I can explain.
Before you go out there.
All right, thank you for joining us for Scenes from Link's Hat.
Yeah.
I think 100 points to everyone is fair.
Hey!
So nobody wins.
Bye.
My hands are so dry.
Zeldathon fans. With just 3 hours left to go, let's have a look back at our reveal trailer for Zeldathon Ascent for a preview of what we've got in store for you up ahead.
I can't be in like Zeldathon trailer without a point, so there we go.
You're gonna point too.
There's a door there. I can't lean back quite as far. I'll just point from here.
Okay.
Hey, keep it awesome.
Enjoying the music, Zeldathon fans? During the marathon, our musicians will be bringing you even more songs like these, performed live for you all to enjoy. For a taste of just what that's like, here's a medley of songs from Link's Awakening, played by, well, let's just have them introduce themselves, shall we?
Hello and welcome back. We're the band. We're the band whose name is going to be announced by Monica.
Welcome.
Welcome.
This is the Zeldathon.
Welcome to the band. Zeldathon lifting and separating.
This is the Zeldathon lifting and separating septet for your viewing pleasure. Okay. Checks out.
Stay tuned for more. We have Link's Awakening coming right up. Keep watching and donating to Zeldathon Forces. Thank you very much.
What's that I hear, Zeldathon fans? Why, it sounds like one simple question for you all. Deal or no deal?
Welcome back to Deal or No Deal.
Huh? What?
The table. Welcome back to Deal or No Deal. I'm your host, Howie Mandel. I've eaten 40 pizzas in 30 days. I don't know what your plans are tonight, but my plan is to give away $1,000 for charity. This is where you clap. Folks, there's a lot of unpredictability in the world, but there's one thing you can always count on this show. Ladies, please. For budgetary reasons, we have one lady. Hi, ladies.
I'm all the lady you need.
No deal. Let's begin by bringing out our first and only contestant. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Valor 6. Valor, what are you doing here today?
I'm here to pick a briefcase that has $1,000 in it.
Amazing. I respect your gumption.
Thanks.
Well, it's time to begin the game. Valor, there are 26 cases you see to your right. These cases have dollar amounts in them, ranging from $1 all the way up to $1,000. Valor, please select a case.
Okay.
The case that you select will have a monetary value in it that cannot and will not be in any other case. So Valor, once again, please select a case.
Okay, so I've been thinking on this, and I feel like the choice is obvious. After all, my name is Valor 6, so my choice is, of course, case number 11 for Ganon 11.
Case number 11.
Good number. And Shiggy 11, I guess. Oh, shoot. Why did I pick that one?
The case has been locked away for eternity.
Wait.
Valor, the time has begun to begin. Please select your first case.
I did.
Please select your second case.
Okay. All right, so these are opened, right? So these are the ones I don't think a lot of money is in. So, it was not. I didn't press a button.
Please select your second case.
I feel like I'm playing like the arcade game.
You're playing deal or no deal.
Okay. I'm gonna go with 22.
Case number 22. That is the first case off the board. Remember, what is in this case cannot and will not be in your case. And behind case number 22 will be $500. Not so bad just yet. That you're breaking right down the middle. The top ones are still out there. The lower ones are still out there. I think we need a little bit more information, Valor. It is time to select your second case of this first round.
Okay. This time, let's go with number 2.
Number 2, it is his second case, and the second case on the board it will be. And behind case number 2 will be the $1. We are coming out of this with at least $1.01 for charity, ladies, gentlemen, etc. Great start so far, Valor. You knocked out the first $500, and you knocked out the lowest amount on the board. You have to be feeling pretty good about yourself.
Feeling pretty good about myself.
Great. Let's see how that continues as you move on to select your third case of this first round.
Okay, third case of round 1. I'm going to get rid of case number... You know what? Christmas is over. Get rid of case 25.
Case number 25. He is ending Christmas. Ladies and gentlemen, behind case number 25 will be the 550. We're seeing a bit of a pattern where you pick a high number and then a low number and then a high number. What does that mean now, Valor?
That means the next one's probably going to be the $3. That's what we're going to go for.
That would be logical, but because you are selecting a new random case every time, it doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
We will now find out if he was right or if basic logic was right. The fourth case of round number 1 will be
8.
Case number 8. You see the 8 there. It has 2 zeros, one on top and one on the bottom, but we're hoping for no zeros in this one, as it will be the 10. 1 0. Only 1 0 and no more. That is 3 cases down in round 1. You must select 6 cases, and fortunately you have a head start because you have selected 4 cases in round 1. Now to select your 5th case here in this first round of Deal or No Deal, what will you select?
We're going to get rid of number 17.
Case number 17. Let's get 17 claps for case number 17. Thank you. Case number 17 is the $100. Not bad at all. Let me take a second to review the board. I have no idea what's gone. Got it. Valor, the time has come for you to select your final case of round 1. The 6th, the 6th, the 6th, the 6th, the 6th, the 6th and final case of round 1 will be
12.
Case number 12. 6 times 2. We're hoping for a small number here. What are we going to see? The 3! 12 is the number that you selected, and it resulted in the 3. 12 divided by 3 is what?
4.
Don't you have a microphone?
You held yours up to me. So I feel like...
Case, that results in the number 4. When you shoot an errant shot in golf, you are supposed to yell 4. Fortunately, none of your shots have been errant yet. But you know what else happens on golf courses sometimes? People get a call. Hello? Yes. You'd like to make him an offer. Really? Well, all right. Thank you. Goodbye. The banker has decided to give me a call.
Oh,
and
that's what it was.
And through me, he would also like to give you a call.
Oh. Okay.
However, we don't have time for him to talk to you, so I'm going to relay the message for him.
Okay.
He has elected to offer you $422.
That's almost a good
And
number.
63 cents.
Okay.
So, Valor, the question remains. Well, first it begins, and then it remains. Deal or no deal?
I don't know. That's a lot of money for no deal. Get it out of here.
And he said no deal with no deliberation either. That means we are going to round number 2. And the first case, you will select 5 in this round. No more, no less. And the first case of round number 5, Valor, will be
13.
Lucky number 13 is not there. It's over on the other side. Not that one. It's that one. Case number 13, ladies and gentlemen. We will see if it's a lucky case number for Valor. And it is the 800, knocking a high caliber value off the board. You can tell it's off the board because it got darker.
Thank you. I was wondering what that meant.
Yes. However, Valor, we don't want your hopes to darken here on this dark and stormy night.
Thank you, Howie.
I agree. So, we will see what you can do as you move on to select your second case of round number 2. And that case will be
number 20.
Case number 20. He's selecting his second case of the second round, and so he chooses to place the 2 in the first value on that case. And the value behind case number 2 is the 750. Valor, so far you have ripped through 2 of the top 4 values on the board. How do you feel? The only acceptable answer is terrible.
Terrible.
I'm sorry to hear that. Perhaps your fortunes will change as we move into the third case of round number 2. And that third case, Valor, will be
the one with $5 in it. Can I just say that? No, okay. Well, let's see.
We have
gonna go
seen.
with-
Now you must speak.
Oh, right, 16.
It's the case number 16. That case is old enough to drive. Hopefully, it will drive a 5 into our hearts. And that case number will be the 5!
I asked and it was delivered.
The 5. Excellent work so far. You have easily made up for the 750 and the 800 by removing the 5. 3 cases down, 2 to go here in round number 2. And the fourth case of this round, Valor, will be...
I mean, it's got to be 4.
Evidently, he's going with 4. Lucky number 4. Fortunately, we're not on a golf course. And case number 4 will be the 350. Not so bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Valor, you seemed a bit ambivalent, a bit questioning after unlocking that case. I'm curious. You have one more case left to unlock in this round. The decision could be pretty pivotal. You've had a mixed bag so far. What are you looking for? What are you thinking? How are you feeling?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, it is time for Valor to say yes to his 5th and final case of this second round. And that 5th and final case, Valor, will be...
Yes.
Number 5. The 5th and final case is indeed number 5. Time to drive number 5 into our hearts. And Liz, what does it say? 600. Not quite what he was looking for, but the good news as we end this second round is that the 650, the 700, the 900, and most importantly, the 1,000 still remain on that board. Things are bright, but in other aspects, they are less bright because the 25 is still available, the 50 is still available, and my phone is still available for me to receive a phone call on.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you. I wasn't using my microphone. Yes. Okay. Really? Thank you. Understood. Valor.
Can be healthy for a phone.
The banker has given me a call. He is elected to offer you $271. And 42 cents.
Oh, wait, hang on then. I gotta.
So the question becomes, Valor, deal or no deal?
What were the 2 options again?
Deal or no deal?
No deal.
No deal! Well, Valor, you selected no deal there. What that means is that we now progress into our third round of deal or no deal. You will begin the same way you have begun everything else in your life, at least since you got here, by selecting a case. And the first case of round number 3 will be...
There's a lot fewer over here now. You'd think that would make it easier to choose from, but then we'll go with 14.
Selecting case number 14. When I was growing up in high school, the 14th channel on my cable was often the one that contained the crime dramas. But we're hoping for no drama here, Valor. Just a low number, and it's the 50. It's the 50. Excellent stuff, Valor. Moving on to your second case of the third round. You've done well so far. Let's keep that momentum going. That second case will be...
The second case is going to be number 1.
Case number 1, looking for some fun. Actually, he's just looking for a number. And that number is going to be the 700. Not quite what we were looking for, unless you want him to lose. Which we don't, because the money goes to charity. Valor, you had one excellent selection there, and one selection that didn't quite pan out the way you were looking for. How are you feeling going into this third selection of the third round?
I'm feeling average.
That is averagely okay. Valor, I know that deep within you, you have the capacity to be much more than average, perhaps even above average.
Wow.
Yes. Valor, it's time to make an above average decision here on the most above average program in entertainment. Valor, the third case of round number 3 will be...
It worked for me before, so I'll take the one with $25 in it, please.
That joke didn't work the first time either.
Which was 9.
Number 9, looking fine. But it doesn't matter what the case looks like. It doesn't matter what Liz looks like. It only matters what this paper looks like.
She looks real good though.
That's what I was saying. Hey, it's the 25. Case number 25.
I told you it worked last time.
Excellent stuff. You have now removed the bottom 6 values from the board. Remarkable stuff so far, Valor. You now must select a 4th case here in this third round. And Valor, that 4th case will be...
It's going to be number 15.
Case number 15. It is the fourth case of the third round. And as a result, it is not the joke that I thought I had in my mind. So, the value will be the 75! Wow, you have now removed the entirety of the double-digit numbers from the board, meaning that your case will contain a triple-digit or quadruple-digit number. If you take a triple-digit number and combine it with a quadruple-digit number, you get a phone number, and I'm getting a call. Understood. Thank you. Valor.
What's up? Oh.
Thank you. I have received a call from the banker. He is the only person who calls me. The banker has elected to offer you $399. So the question becomes, Valor, deal or no deal?
I gotta think about it for a second. The audience is supposed to tell me what they think about
The
it.
audience is growing in their distaste. The audience is growing in their distaste, Valor. And the choice has been made.
No deal. Get it out.
We are going to round number 4. Valor, in this round, you will select 3 cases from off the table. So far, when you select cases, sometimes it goes very well. Other times it goes very badly. We will look to be somewhere in the middle as you select your first case of round number 4. And that first case will be...
You know, it's times like this that I really wish that my great aunt was here. You know, she's a very smart person. And
the seance is later.
Well, you're supposed to be queuing her in at this point to bring her on to the show.
Really?
Yeah.
Will Valor's great aunt...
I mean, she's my regular aunt. She's just a great aunt.
Will Valor's all right aunt please approach the stage?
This is my Aunt Clinket. Hello. You guys can cheer now.
Everybody give it up for Valor's Aunt Clinket!
Oh, Vala, I'm so proud
All right,
of
Auntie,
you.
I'm knocking your hat.
I'm so proud of you. You know, when he was 3 years old, he came to my house for the first time, and then he started staying every summer because his mother was just so busy. And then when he was 13 years old, you know, that was the time when he had some acne problems and some indigestion. You know, he was going through puberty. It was a tough time, but he was always just such a good boy. And I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you, Vala.
Thanks, Aunt Clinket.
You're welcome.
I am also proud of him.
I am also proud of him. But, Aunt Clinket, we know that you were brought up here for multiple reasons, and the only one that actually matters is to help him select a case. So, Aunt Clinket and Valor, together, the first case of round number 3, 4, will be...
You know, your great uncle. He always loved the number 24.
Why?
Because usually when he would eat gefilte fish, he'd have 24 pieces.
Excellent. I am happy to hear that. And case number 24 is the selection, Valor. Is that correct?
I'm going to go with her selection and go with 24.
Case number 24. And case number 24 for the honor of the gefilte fish is 200. Not so bad. Thank you. Thank you, Aunt Clinket.
I'm so proud of you. I'm proud of you too.
Please don't touch Howie Mandel.
We have lawyers.
Bye, love you.
Thank you. Everybody, let's hear it for Aunt Clinket.
I'll see you at Passover.
Now, Valor.
Yes, hello.
Should you win that $1,000, what are you thinking you're going to do with it? Are you going to buy a house for Aunt Clinket? Are you going to buy a gefilte fish for Uncle whatever?
I think that I'm probably not going to see it because any donation that we receive goes directly to the charity, and we don't touch a single cent of it.
Wow. And Valor, when you say the charity, who are you referring to?
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
What do they do?
They research.
You want to keep going.
Oh, right. You want the whole thing. Well, they not only do they research diseases and find cures and share them with the entire world, but they also treat sick children at no cost to their family whatsoever.
Amazing. What a noble man and a noble cause. Let's hear it for Valor 6.
It's not my charity, but, you know.
But it is your case to pick in this second case of round number 4. And Valor, that case will be...
Case number 10.
Case number 10. Looking to go into double digits. He already cleared out all the double digits, but we're looking for a low number. And it is! It's the 150! Valor, you are doing very well for yourself. You have one case remaining here in this 4th round. I, with every viewer at home, are interested in finding out what that 4th case will be.
Well, that is going to be case number 19.
Case number 19. Case number 19. Looking for something good. What is it going to be? It's the 250. Valor, only 2 spots remain on that left-hand side of the board. That must be pretty promising. And the time has come for you to analyze those other spots on the board and take your sweet time doing it because I'm getting a call. Really? Are you sure? I don't think you're sure enough. Okay, got it. All right, if you say so. Thanks. Valor, the banker has spoken. He is making you an offer of $278. He is making you an offer of $278 and negative $178. The ultimate value of this offer is $100. So Valor, the question becomes, deal or no deal?
Are you making these numbers up now?
I just go off what the banker tells me.
Is he sure? Now I see why you were confused on the phone.
Let me ask him. I think I'm getting a call. Oh. That does make sense. Next time, convert it from Canadian before you type it. Thanks. Valor, the banker has corrected my offer.
Okay, thank you.
And he has corrected the offer to $499.
No deal. I just wanted to make you work for it.
All right, we're moving on to case number 5. Round number 5. If the cases were round, it would be round number 5, but they're not, as we will find out when you select your next case. And that case will be
number 7.
Case number 7. Looking for a lucky number here. Liz, would you please show us what's behind case number 7? I forgot I was supposed to ask you that. Thank you for taking initiative on the last 20 cases. Ooh. The 900's going down, but the 1,000 is still on the board. All hope is not lost, only some of it. So, Valor, going into our second case here of round number 5, the decisions are starting to get pivotal. And that case will be
21.
Case number 21, right over on the left-hand side. Looking for a good one. And Liz, what is behind case number 21? The 400! We now have 6 values remaining. 5 of them are over there. 1 of them is in your case. And what is in that case cannot and will not be in any other case. So, Valor, your third case of round number 5 will be
case number 18.
Going for case number 18. Liz, it's getting pivotal. Show him and all of us what's behind case number 18. The 175! Valor, only 1 value remains on that left-hand side of the board. Things are looking pretty rosy, but there aren't any roses behind these cases, just cold, hard numbers. And you have to select your next case. And it will be...
Are you sure?
Now I'm not. Are we sure? We good? Okay, we're sure. We're sure. We're sure. 26.
Case number 26. All right, Liz. Case number 26. What will we see? The 450! Now, Valor, only 4 values remain. If you look at 4 numbers in a row, and you write them in order, and then you add 3 more numbers to it, you get a phone number. And incidentally, I'm getting a call.
Almost like it was planned.
Hello? Oh, I can only hear you if I face this way. Yeah, no, I got you now. Sorry, the reception's kind of weird in here. Can you speak up a little bit? Thanks. All right. Sounds good. I'll let him know. Valor, the banker has made you an offer. He's elected to offer you, for your case, $632.11.
11 is the number of my case.
It is. That's probably why he said it.
Probably why he, the person on that phone, and definitely not you making up numbers, said that.
Correct.
Yeah.
But Valor, there's one thing that can't be made up here, and that's your answer to the question: deal or no deal?
What do we think? What do we think?
Deal! Go one more!
What do you guys think? What do you guys think?
What do the people think?
One more!
And he says no deal! We're going one more round! Or more.
I don't think we can do more than one more round.
We'll do whatever we can. All right, Valor. There's only one thing we can do here, though. And that's listen to you as you make the pivotal decision of selecting your first case of this 6th round. And that first case will be...
So this is my first case.
One case.
Yeah.
I mean, it can be his first and only case.
There you go.
I have heard that 23 is number 1.
Careful.
So get it out of here. Let's
All right,
get it
case
going.
number 23. Liz, what's behind case number 23? The 300! And just like that, in the movie 300, King Leonidas said, "You can take our homes. You can take our families, but you can never take our phone calls, because I already took it." Okay? Sure. Oh, we're doing great. Yeah, dude. All right. I'll let him know.
My case! Whoa. I don't know what that was supposed to do.
Valor, the banker has climactically made an offer.
This is when Chad is saying that we just rigged it and we put the real number in there. That's...
Well, the only thing that isn't rigged is the cold, hard numbers that come from our banker.
Yeah.
And he has selected to offer you $699.01. Deal or no deal? No deal! And Valor, time is running out. You must now select between one of those two cases there. Remember, what is in those cases cannot and will not be in your case. And so your first case of this 7th round will be...
And only case.
Yep, still the only case.
Yeah, that's going to be 3.
Number 3. Liz, what's behind case number 3? It's the 125! Valor, every value remaining, both of them, are on the right-hand side of the board. That means that things are getting more and more climactic by the hour, but my phone plan goes by the minute, and I'm getting a call. Yep. All right. Thank you. Oh, you too. I'll let him know.
Tell him I love him. Oh.
Valor, the banker has elected to offer you $789.23. So Valor, the question comes: deal? Oh, no deal. No deal! We're going all the way, folks. There are only two cases that remain, Valor. Your case number 11 and case number 6. You've stood by case number 11 in honor of Ganon 11 this entire time. But Valor 6, is it better in this moment for you to perhaps switch to case number 6? Ganon 11 or Valor 6? Valor 6. So, are you swapping?
So who's your guys' favorite, Ganon 11 or Valor 6? Don't answer that, please. My heart can't take it. Should I switch? Switch? Should I switch? Switch? No switch? No?
Switch? Where'd it go?
Magic.
Oh, you're not swapping.
I'm not swapping.
He's not swapping. He is sticking with number 11. That means that what is in case number 6 cannot and will not be in your case. And it's time for the moment of truth. Valor 6, please inform us what is behind case number 11.
Behind case number 11 is $1,000.
Valor 6, congratulations on the first $1,000 Zeldathon Deal or No Deal episode. Do you have anything to say to anyone?
Shout outs to Ganon 11 and my aunt Clinket, and also MC sitting in the front row, and I followed that advice pretty much the whole way through.
That just goes to show you here at Zeldathon, you should always follow our advice. From all of us here at Kinstone Productions, from all of us here at Deal or No Deal. Thanks for watching, and if I have one bit of advice for you, it's to stick around for more Four Swords adventures. I have been Howie Mandel, still am too. We'll see you next time.
The time has come, Zeldathon fans, for my favorite part of the countdown, the announcer's donation train. Head over to donate.zeldathon.net and make a donation of any size. Let's see if we can get a chain going of as many donations as we can before the marathon begins. Make me proud, Zeldathon fans, and donate now! It's been a long time coming, Zeldathon fans. Please, without further ado, prepare yourselves for the return of Dr. Professor Dad.
Hello, and welcome to the Legacy mission that you guys unlocked yesterday. Dr. Professor Dad's skit.
Yes, we're back.
We're back. This skit has gone on for a couple of years, from a science experiment to a cook show and to a microwave show.
It's been three years since we did the first one, and we've done 4 total. Yeah. So it's been a journey.
It's been an amazing journey, and grateful that MC allowed us to make a mess on his set. And yeah, without further ado, Dr. Professor Dad. All right, guys, so we are going to make an amazing volcano. You did a rocket ship earlier this marathon. Tell us how to make a volcano.
I wasn't in charge of this, but you know, I do the baking soda. Oh, God, you gotta pre-open these boxes, I swear. Something we've never learned.
Oh my God, it's very strong, I see.
Yeah,
You've been working out, I can tell you're very, very strong.
I'm sprouting now.
Sprouting? I'll get this. This is what we need?
Yeah, well you ready? I think that's pretty simple. Pretty simple science experiment.
Let me do a quick flavor test.
Oh my goodness.
Tastes like a potato chip. Oh!
Are you okay?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
let me try some.
Okay. All right, so what do we do? What do we do here, Professor?
So where's he playing the bass?
That was always wrong.
Just a little bit?
Okay, so we put it just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
All right, so we need our engine. Who is our engine today?
Now we got our Mickey Mouse stickers here. This is the, what did you call it?
Our engine. We need the
enhancer.
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 Our enhancer to make this.
First, you gotta get the one where she's winking.
Slap that bad boy right on the front. All right. And so what do we do now?
We just pour this in, I think.
Okay.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go.
Oh shoot! Forgot the food coloring.
The food coloring.
Wait, we need more. We messed up without the food coloring.
Put it all in.
Oh my God! All right. Thank you for our first science experiment with
Yes. Let's celebrate this victory with a Kool-Aid jam. Oh my God.
All right, so we need our knives. So we are going to be making some.
Egg.
Ah!
It didn't work. Come on.
Frozen. I was frozen. All right, well, we need our eggs. We need to get our eggs ready to get our meat fidget spinners ready, guys.
Oh yes.
The classic standby that we needed. So as doctors, professors of science and cooking, everyone needs to pass their certifications. God, that hurts so bad.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This is out of character.
We can't use real knives, so we have our fixated blades to get these ready. Here, use this. It's very sharp.
Oh, very good, yes.
All right, so we're gonna get our tomatoes cut, ready to go.
Wow, that actually worked.
Should have got a sharper knife for this one. All right, so you want to chunk it up like this. It's not rotten, thank God. Our last tomato is very rotten. Ooh,
so good.
Ooh, okay, so let me get this tomato chunk ready to go. Once you're finished with that, we need some cumin.
Well, some coming.
I need a lot of coming ready
I've been
to go.
coming a lot lately.
Have you? All right, so please put all the coming, as much. It's not even coming out on you.
Oh, whoops.
Alright, so first off, how do you test?
Oh, very pretty much. Air out the bits. Yeah.
Alright, you're feeling good. So please put it on our meat fidget. So you gotta put the meat. And okay, so how are we gonna form it into a fidget spinner like object? All right.
That's what you're gonna use the turner, the nylon turner.
Yeah, I'm completely fucking. Oh my god! So please get us into a form of a fidget spinner.
How do you do
Do you know what you're doing?
No.
Yeah. So let's try a new one because you have looks pre-cooked. It's delicious. Alright. So your tubed meat should look like this at all times. So we're gonna just gotta push it together. Make a little hole in the center.
Yeah.
Right. This looks like a big fidget spinner. So give me a nice flip in the sun. We need to cook these.
We need to cook it into the sun.
Please move to this side.
Oh yeah, there's nothing about it.
Okay, cool. Dude, you got an egg on your head. Alright, so with our meat fidget spinners ready, we need to have another salute. We need another drink.
Another drink.
Yes, please. Alright, so before we drink this, what's our next and final thing that we'll be cooking?
A watermelon.
A water?
And a pizza.
Oh, we're making pizzas today. Okay, cheers. Alright. So we need the strainer ready. Can you get the pizza
Oh yeah, I'll get the
crust for us, please? Alright, so me and you are going to be doing this, my dog Blue. We're gonna make our own pizzas today.
Oh, very good.
So for our base, I need not one. This one's frozen. Not two. Not three. But 3 eggs.
Nice!
Now this is the most important part of any pizza making fiasco dream. We need to add some flour. Please, Eric, assistant, grab your flour. Alright, so settle down. Alright, so now we got each. Alright, please grab our tomato sauce.
Oh yes.
So what are we using today for potato sauce?
We're using our good old SpaghettiOs from
So
or spaghetti rings pasta.
We're not allowed to use pre-cooked tomato sauce. We didn't pass that level of certification. So we got the meatballs inside of SpaghettiOs. Mine's just
What's it frozen?
It doesn't help me. Oh, I'm dripping. All right, so now good job. Congratulations, you got another. We have another one, so we're good.
Oh, we're good, yeah.
While you're doing that, can you please open? Oh, there we go.
There we go. Perfect.
Okay. Please get the cheese ready. This cheese and sauerkraut mix.
Oh yes, of course.
That is the most important part of this New Year's festive tradition.
Here you go. Here's your cheese.
You were messing up a little bit. Okay, so we got the cheese. Now I need you with precision of the utmost, Max. Please mix the sauerkraut with the cheese.
Oh, that tastes so bad.
I'm fine.
threw up. Out of contact.
Hold on. We didn't get it open yet.
Why do we? Never.
All right, so.
Oh, it's so cold.
All right, so please, let's cook it. Put it down.
Put it there.
On top. No, put it on. Please. I need your help.
Where's the syrup?
Oh, there it is. Okay, we found some. As long as the juices are inside. All right, so now. Cameraman, please. From here, we're gonna zoom in on our delicious pizza creation that we've done. Now, most recipes call you to cook it in a 375-degree oven for how long?
Like 20 minutes.
So what we're gonna do is use gyration to help spin. So we're gonna. All right, so I'm gonna sit down for a minute because that hurt.
Oh my God!
Oh, wait a minute.
I'm so
That was so.
I kind of angled it.
So next, watermelon.
Jesus. Can I have a taste?
Yeah, sure.
I'd like to thank St. Jude for allowing us to do this every year with them. I'd also like to thank Liz, MC, Silver for putting up with me the past 6.5 years. Thank you.
Thanks.
Did we get the shot? We got it? We got the shot. We got the shot. Good job, team. We got the shot. We can retire now. Never get retired.
Only 1 hour remains, Zeldathon fans. We'll be kicking things off with A Link to the Past. and you still have some time left to decide our file name. Head over to donate.zeldathon.net and make a donation toward your name of choice. Will you be the one to decide who defends Hyrule from Ganon's return? It's not too late! The marathon is fast approaching, Zeldathon fans. As you may have already seen, we have a special focus on the release of Skyward Sword HD this time around. And to prepare you all for that, we'd like to take a moment to bring some extra attention to Skyloft's true hero in the most fitting way we can. Everyone, we bring you Bruce the Musical.
Lights up on Hyrule. We find ourselves in Hyrule, where there's a wonderful man, a man who knows nothing but greatness. Who is he? Why, it's Bruce, of course. Bruce might be right aligned on your screens, but he's center aligned in your hearts. Bruce is wonderful. His pompadour, gorgeous. His banana-colored cover, banana-like. His beard, non-canonical. He is on a quest today, a quest to find something beautiful. He needs to find ancient artifacts. He needs to find something, a weapon, perhaps. Perhaps a shield? Could a shield be what he needs? He loves the shield. He loves the shield like nothing other in the world. It's not great for attacking the shield, but he loves it. He loves it like a brother. He loves it like his banana-colored thing. He puts it on, ready for a thing, and he spots in his eye a beautiful weapon. The sword of the ancients. He grabs it when suddenly, from beyond the world, we see a beautiful but terrifying enemy. A terrifying enemy. Oh my Lord, it's just off camera. I wish you all could see it right now. It's just off camera. I wish you could see it right now. But there, oh my gosh! Look at this horrible monster. Where did it come from? Oh no. Bruce attacks. Bruce attempts to try. Can he do it? Can he do it? I don't know. Can he? Let's find out. Who is that man in the back? Do you know him? Oh my goodness gracious. Bruce, shield bash. Followed up by shield bash. When unexpected, shield bash. One more shield bash. Followed up by miss. Miss. Shield bash. The man in the back leaves, scared. And then, with one final swing, all of the power comes from Bruce, the hero, striking down the enemy. When suddenly, his sword, what is this? It begins to glow. It glows, and from it comes fire. The beautiful spirit. The beautiful spirit from beyond fire. Whoa! Whoa! And she speaks to Bruce. Oh no! No! Master, please don't come! Please, Master, no! No, no! The shield bash does great works against Master, please stop it! And there you are, everyone. Bruce, the champion amongst men, has vanquished once again. And no longer will the world fear shark monsters, thanks to the power of Shield Bash. Bruce, everyone, give it up for Bruce! And we'll be back with more Zeldathon after a short break. We're going to the break scene. That's what he said, we're going to the break scene. Thank you all, we'll be back.
The wait is nearly over, Zeldathon fans. Just 30 minutes remain until the start of Zeldathon Ascent. While you're getting ready, don't forget to follow Zeldathon on social media to keep up to date on everything we post throughout the event. Spread the word, keep on donating, and enjoy yourselves as we bring you another 6 days featuring the entire Legend of Zelda series.